Good morning, everybody. Let's find out if Discord works today. Boom. Gert goes away. YouTube changes their layout. I can only take so much at once. Change is good, man. $176 is really going to be the resistance here. That's fucking weird. All right. Boop. That's nice. Did you wear your phone out trading yesterday while off-site? No. I played one of the bounces from the downside. That's really, like, I was just like, eating lunch. That was the only thing I really got a chance to fuck with. I had some positions in advance of CPI that I closed out, but yeah, I didn't have a lot of time. I wish I did. It looked like it was fucking fun. I lost 2K yesterday, but I'm still alive. It's a good day. God damn. Did everyone just get burned up on the chop yesterday? Like, don't feel bad. You're not the only one. I swear, if you make me watch Matt Kors for half a day again, I'll never forgive you. I mean, all you have to do is pull back your threats, you know? Agree to a truce, and we can move on. I lost 3K yesterday. It might be my biggest L ever. Jesus. I lost 7. Almost turned a 1K loss into 400 gain on that last drop. Oh, nice. I made 400 all by myself because of what you taught me. If you were a water buffalo, do you think you would be a chill one, the chillest? I lost 500. I just didn't trade. I made 10 bucks plus 14. I was up 700, it turned into 3K. Horrible risk management. Uh yeah, I mean, it looked like it was hard to play, but it looked like if you nailed some of those bottoms, holy shit. $20 rips in a couple minutes. Lost 1K. I lost 45,000 with you gone. JK, I didn't trade, but you still lost $45,000. How? Thoughts on Beyond now that it's off reg show? Eyes on June OPEX now. We'll see how long it stays off reg show. I mean, I don't know. I didn't close any of my positioning because I just have like long combos. I rolled my puts down when I found out like halfway through the day when it was already too late. So I rolled my sold puts into the money at 7, and just kept the $8 calls. They're for like Jans. There's not much I can do with them. PPI not cool enough to warrant pumpies, I take it. No, PPI was hot. um, if energy picks up in the summer, then ooh boy. I think most of the bounce on the PPI print was continuing jobless claims being a little higher than expected. So people are returning to work at a slightly slower pace. And then the other big part of that was just positional. we have a hard time holding below those 5130 levels just because there's so many like out of the money puts from yesterday that I expect we could bounce there a few times before uh like longer dated put positioning comes in to stabilize it. But as long as we can stay below delta neutral on the monthly, which we just failed the breakout of, that's kind of a plus. That's roughly right there. I think it's 173. 173.16 here. I'll move it. There we go. More downs for BTU. I wanted DCA into some. BTU bounced pretty hard yesterday, right? Open lower today. I would say that's probably because of China's deflation report last night. That wasn't pretty. China's hold on, I gotta look at 1 second. So China's inflation rate year over year was 0.1 versus the expected 0.5, and month over month moved more deflationary to -1 from expected -0.6, and then their PPY is -2.8% year over year, which is obviously not good for the growth of their economy. China might have a lot of trouble stimulating some inflation. And they're trying to avoid quantitative easing too much because they're trying to maintain value in the yen. They can't have both, so something's got to break there. BTU pre-announced Q1 sales down. Okay. Down to 900 million from 1 billion. I'm not sure that I like leaps on either one, largely because they pay dividends. Also, well, HBM's been rocketing, but generally speaking, the shift over commodities can be really slow. I suppose you could. I've played options on BTU before. It's never been amazing, but there's been times where it's been okay. Usually they just suck. And with China's economy in decline, I can't say that there's a lot of reason for like a big bullish turnaround on BTU. But it's still very stable, so sold puts are nice. I don't know if I'd sell leap puts. That's probably not worth it. 5 years ago, I was sipping on Japanese whiskey in Tokyo, enjoying the cherry blossoms. Today, I had half a cup of black coffee. Had to change my shirt twice from baby spit up. Ah, life. Yep. So BTU is still good for CSP at the 22-23 level. Yes. I mean, I've bought BTU at like $22 before, but I would probably, given that it has slipped its trend, I would probably be looking more towards like the 20 or 18 level if I was doing it for income. I would do 22 if I wanted to be assigned, but where's BINA news about lending? Was there? I don't know. Was there? Barnes & Noble maintained, nope, that was last month. No, I don't see any news. Although no one cares about BNED, so it can be a while till any news on it's actually pushed. Can you comment on Cat? Is the Pickles pick still valid? Yeah, some call interest picked up on the bounce off of Gamma Neutral, but it'll probably fall back off. It was mostly short dated. Give me 1 second. I gotta take this call. All right. There's Barnes & Noble Education Co. Lenders under existing assets-based credit facility to extend milestone related to liquidity and refinancing deal to April 12th. Ooh, nice. Cool, cool, cool. Someone was doing some digging on BNED, and they'd come across uh some pretty interesting things as far as the debt liability went for B of A and how it's related to the like government contracts that BNED has. Like if they lose their contracts, their lenders will lose all the money that they put in. The VXY up 420%. That seems excessive. Are you sure it didn't just reverse split, as it is wont to do on occasion? Just reversed. Yeah, that makes sense. I would like VIX to go to 20 today, please, and thank you. I wonder when Dork is going to wake up. Glorp, be real with me. Is the world economy going to implode this year? Given your prior luck on CERN, I would say a week before you sign the final paperwork. If you change the date on signing the paperwork, you're going to create a new timeline. And then I don't know anymore. Did RC really meet up with the Argentine leader? Yep. Yep. You can't make this shit up. He was probably like, oh my God, man, I'm a libertarian too. Do you ever just get on Twitter and complain about things and then never take any actions? So beyond off reg show now, can we touch on this play for a sec? April's dead. May call's dead too. I feel like Leap should be the play now. Probably. I don't know if April and May calls are dead, but it's gonna be off reg show for like 13 days, right? Um, they may have simply just been able to net enough with the sell-offs over the last few days on IWM that they got FTDs under the thresholds, but that doesn't mean it won't go right back on again, right? What do we have to wait? No, 6 days, right? So you have to wait 6 days for it to pop back on, I think. I have to go read the regs again, but I think it's like after it comes off There's like at least it's either 6 or 13 days before it can go back on again. That's just unnecessarily mean. Get that bagged popcorn. Carvana doing what you said it would do. Yeah, well, it's a big piece of shit, so. But it's only just testing gamma neutral right now. It could bounce off gamma neutral. That was the fear. Has RC always been insane? I feel like we missed some red flags. We didn't miss them. We just ignored them. As one does when they're in a new relationship. Were they discussing the Brazilian puts? Hmm, maybe. I don't know. It looked like Milo was kind of cleaning his hands off, so I assume that RC has clammy hands and had just shaken his hand. Are you sure TLT 85 CSPs aren't worth it? It seems entirely too soon to start drip buying. I am short, but I'm short kind of way above where we're at now. Shorted it a few weeks ago. Was it a few weeks ago? Yeah, I think it was a few weeks ago. You're very philosophical today. I had to do something while I sat in traffic on Long Island for 5 hours. I decided to ponder the universe. I would PB on Carvana as it's going to dump, but I see calls in your Redo, Turco, Rico. What? Those are sold. It's spreads. It's bare spreads. I said I would add puts to it if it broke below gamma neutral. Yeah, right now I'm just selling spreads on it. Harvesting that theta. Traffic alone should convince you to take the L on taxes and sell the house. But I only have to wait like a few more months, and then I don't have to take the L. You know what it is, popcorn trader. The sale of your business and the sale of my house can only come after economic ruin. So when I finally am able to sell the house, it's not going to be worth it to sell, and I'm going to have to live in Long Island. I mean, I don't know if we're likely to do either right now. We're kind of just sitting on 5160, right? This is a support. And I'm going to be stuck with a business that makes a lot of money. Gross. Well, you're going to have to run it. At least you'll have a nice pool. That's true. Yeah. And shrimp. Infinite shrimp. I'm hoping to get fired. Ooh, is that an option? If it is, that's genius. Oh, absolutely try to do that. Just put me on the big screen, right? Like before you sell it, purchase 120-inch commercial plasma display. Pop that up over the manufacturing floor. We can bring you up here on the stream. Boom. Is there any recent posts you made on the inflation print I could read? I have some stuff on my Twitter. I don't know if I did a write up there. I wrote a little bit about it in like Pickles Picks or something. Like just the CPI from yesterday? Is that what you're referring to? That sounds hysterical, right? No thanks, I'm people shy. If you lived in a house instead of an apartment, people wouldn't question your chest freezers as much. They're not chest freezers. They're commercial 4-zone cooling systems built by Sub-Zero. So they're just large stainless steel coolers. They're technically not even freezers unless I turn them into freezers. So half of them are refrigerators. They're not chest freezers. Chest freezers are like those white things that people put deer in. Okay, what's a write up on the PPI that just happened? That's silly. I did that too. I mean, there's not much to say about it. The inflation turned around a while ago. All of my commentary was that inflation was going to turn around and everyone was being an idiot. Now that inflation has officially turned around in a significant way, I'm just basking in the glory of my prior predictions. I didn't think it was necessary to further comment. Then I feel like I'm just rubbing people's face in it, which is uncouth. I started working out this week, 5'11", 190 pounds. I'm hoping to 7'3", 600 pounds by the end of summer. Okay. So PPI hot, but not hot enough to shock a sell-off again. No, we're just like in a range where we're probably not going to sell off very hard. This feels bearish. Is it because it's furry? Wasn't PPI cool? No. Core's up year over year like 0.2. 0.3, right? 0.3. Headline wasn't as high as expected, but that's also because no one's buying anything. And look who was right. The man with a Reddit username who references jerking it. Actually, it's just about pickles. It's nothing to do with masturbation. 0.2 versus 0.3. What, on headline? I think the forecast is 0.4. My calls are green. How green can they get? How are they green? Did you buy them yesterday? That doesn't count. It's not? I want my money back. What do you mean this has nothing to do with masturbation? This whole community is a lie. I quit. I'll see you all in an hour after my meeting. Some bullshit. Relax, Carl. It's not like you were participating anyway. Did you see Rick Santelia and Steve Leisman go at it on inflation and the Fed yesterday? It was hilarious. No, I didn't. What's up, Odorous Dan? Can you confirm that wrapping your arms in aluminum foil and T-posing helps speed up internet while overseas? Um, huh. No, I can't. Does it? Jesus, man, you didn't have to murder me like that. I'm sorry. It was too easy and you left the door open. I think I made a mistake buying this 5160p sitting on 5160. Um, hmm, I mean, I wish momentum was moving more and I could say yes or no, but it's really not. This is a bearish continuation though. Now that it's broken back out. So we might maybe retest the 5216 level. Fail? Probably see 5170 futures again today. I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing's really bearish in this range though, or bullish. Like this is very flat gamma. Um it's kind of a problem. So we have a big call wall support at 5150 and then there's a put wall at 60, right? And that kind of creates hold on. It kind of creates like a little oh, that's not working. Fucking epic pen. Yeah, so we got a call wall here, put wall here. Um this is gonna be a problem. Gamma to the upside here is pretty flat. So not a lot of things for bulls to sink their teeth into to get some momentum going. This is just massive resistance across like a $10 range. And then down here, there's a bunch of puts. So if we can break 50, that would be cool, but it's going to be hard. Also, if we break 60, we could just fall into this range and stay there all day. CNBC told me that CPI was manipulated higher. Oh, fuck off. Wait, really? That's stupid. Holy shit, puts are overpriced. Bum, 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 bum. They cancel that? Yep. Oh, dickheads. Butterfly zone. Mm. Do bulls need 5175? They really need 5190. There's a big gap down when you pulled up the chain. I see that. Is volatility demand up? Well, no. But it's picking up. Wish dollar would stop gold going up so gold could go back up again. 105.28. I literally bought a 25C before close yesterday. Well, like a 51.25? I broke the. How did I break the market? I will say ES doesn't look super hot right here. A little bit of support at 5,200, but that hasn't been particularly strong. If we slip that, we could retest 86, 71. So a little bit of range. Carvana broke GN. Nice. Just barely, though, right? Okay, yeah. Call me a 20-minute break in a cricket match mid-afternoon because it's time for tea. Oh, Jesus. If you have a moment, could you discuss the cat play as it stands now? I did quite well getting in and out, and I'm considering playing it further if there is more range. There is. Yeah, I took some profits on it too. Then I added back a little. It had kind of a crazy bounce yesterday. I managed to pick up like a few more debit spreads before the end of day. But yeah, I think it's breaking down. It's just slow and sensitive to bounces because it's above gamma neutral. Down 40% on Palantir. Should I cut or roll or wait? You should have cut. Is it below risk? Why would you even ask me that question? It fell below risk, bounced, retested risk, and then failed the risk level again. So it's consolidating. It may break up after some time, but you might need more theta. I would say that there's a very tiny little support here that you could watch. but it's extremely small. There. That doesn't look great. Small chance it breaks up though. Maybe if Nvidia stops selling off. Speaking of which, how's Upstart doing? Ooh. Testing 24 again. Hmm. Good time to enter T. Um, ooh, actually, I might pick some up. Pretty sharp sell off. It's probably just from the dividend. So yeah, I might grab a little. Come on, break 50. Let's go. Fuck their call wall. How long were you planning on holding Go EV? I don't know. What did I buy? I bought May. A little longer. I was gonna add to it if it retested 212, but it hasn't yet. Cold split? Okay. We discussed price targets under 50. We didn't because there's a big fat call wall there. But if we break 50, really if we break below 45, we could test 20, 25 at the low end. There's not a lot of options volume today, which could be a good thing. Bot puts are picking up. Calls aren't doing much. How much longer do you plan on holding Bobby? You son of a bitch. It's like you're. And yet you hated on my T joke. I didn't hate on it. It just was. I don't know why you had to involve cricket, alright? It's like your words are magic. You say a price and the SPX just goes there. Well, someone needs to do it, right? How's Fubo doing? Do you think it could break below 150? It's had a lot of support around 150. It's getting shorted again. Pretty heavily. Last 2 days. Ever since it started to break a little higher, so it might have gotten a little bit of covering and now they're shorting again. It just looks kind of choppy though. I would say 150 is still a pretty decent level for it. The sell-off is so fucking slow. This looks kind of bearish though. What do we got? That doesn't look so hot. Longer time frames are a little bit bearish. Shorter time frames might not be though. Are we gonna bounce? I don't want to fucking bounce. Just keep selling off. Yeah, we get a little more downside if we can get below 45 here. Really start to push away from those 5150 calls. Are the CTAs in the room with us? Oh, literally always. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, we're starting to get a nice little bump in 2025 15 puts. I like that. So getting a kind of a ramp building out to 20. There's still a shitload of puts out at 5105 and 5090. Now are those sold? Let's see if VIX goes down. Sold puts, bought puts, sold puts, bought puts. That's kind of hard to tell. Sold calls. Yeah, they're buying. Yeah, still buying puts. Oh, there we go. Net put buying. When cover bid to 5200? Good question. If we broke DN, maybe, but we failed it earlier. We tested it at market open, and then this is a pretty strong rejection, right? How far does this slip? I just said we're getting a bit of a ramp down to 20. I would say if we're gonna find support before we test 20, it would be at like 30. That's what I said when market opened. I said I wanted VIX to go to 20 today. TLT broke 90. Alert. TLT broke 90. Full port calls. What? What are you on? TLT is rocketing down. Remember when we all shorted it at 96? Like a couple weeks ago? How cool was that? Imagine if there was someone around to just be like, hey guys, this is the exact local top of TLT. Everyone's so stoked to jump into TLT so hard. Yeah, because they don't understand how economics works. Also, Poopy Pants has like 2026 calls and he's jacking everyone's tits. When you said short TLT, I inversed you and went long TMF. I'm now poor. You said 87.45 for an entry. I said 87.45. I have one call. I know, but you've talked about that one call so much. And I have TMV shares. Well, that's just bad, and you know it. I don't know what a TMV is, so there. TMV's the what? The bear 3x? Right? That's what it looks like. It might be breaking 24. Flip short opportunity? No. 23's 23.35. Kind of an important level. I wouldn't say breaking 24 is all that important. At least not historically. None of the current macro conditions are good for Upstart, though. I have 6K. I need 100K by end of year. Long Wendy's glory holes. That's probably the fastest way to make that money. Consistent returns, right? If you get paid in advance, your returns are guaranteed, despite your performance. Could gold break up already? Oh, I'm sorry. Are all-time highs not good enough for you? Ooh, fancy. That looks so bearish. I'm gonna look at it. Oh yeah. There's a lot of yeah, TLT looks like shit. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Do you expect pumps before more dumps? We could bounce back to 50. I'm sure some number of those out of the money puts are sold. This every time data came out hot and bearish, just like I like it. It seemed that we would have to pump 60 before dropping 100. Could this be the case? Yeah. You're gonna get capitulation on any like short dated puts when they go in the money, right? That generally makes downside moves, especially extended ones, more volatile in both directions. Because everyone piles into puts, price goes down, everyone sells their puts, price goes up. Everyone piles back into puts again, price goes down, everyone sells their puts, goes up. Right? It's over and over. I hate playing upside on Ivy Crush days after the data drop. Yeah, it sucks. That's why I'm not doing it. They aren't getting much on this bounce. Well, not yet. They could buy more still. This is support. 51.38. Right. Well, almost support. 51.81. Yeah. ES got a little support under the 186. Right around 80. Not very strong support though, you're right. Wouldn't Barrick 22? It's kind of lagging still. Gold miners usually lag a little bit. $51.38 and change yesterday low of the day. Yeah. Yeah, this is like very close to a double bottom, right? It is a double bottom on that low, but I mean that doesn't mean that the bounce is going to be crazy. I don't like how slow the sell-off was. $50, $70. I think if I play the upside, I play cash. 51.50. Jesus Christ. Never mind. Maybe we'll just play QQQ. What the fuck is that? It's a lower high. Not a full reversal either. Ooh, new low. Failed bounce. Starting to. Dixie's killing the market. Yes, it is. And it's beautiful. Also, the 10 years at almost 4.6. Bank failures incoming. Yeah, I mean, they may have just gotten beyond below the threshold for a sufficient period of time, right? It could easily go back on reg show because we didn't see any big covering event. It'll probably go back on reg show fairly quickly, but it might be like a week or so. There's a specific amount of time that has to transpire before it can go back on reg show. I forget how long it is. Some arbitrary number of days. FDIC said we're ready if major Wall Street bank blows up. What an odd thing to say. What an odd thing to be prepared for. When 10-year at 5%, bank boom boom. I mean, it's not just like it taps 5% and the banks go boom boom, but above 5%, it exposes a significant amount of their risk. Critical, yeah. Leverage rate. I think there were like 3 people that understood that DD. 90% of the comments were what mean. I hope it's Chase. I owe them money. You'll still owe them money. Wait, you're supposed to understand, DD? I understood the white paper where they said all the banks were going to explode at 5, then lost money on puts. Shouldn't you have just waited till the 10-year hit 5% to buy the puts? JPM's gonna be the only bank left. Same like Cyberpunk 2025. That makes sense. Yeah. Oops. Peep Rent. Like the musical? Well, that's an interesting day. Oh, they reverse split. Or split? Wait. Hmm. Ew. They make people wear used clothes? Do you see Jamie said he could see rates going to 8%? That's how much the Fed would need to hike to get above inflation. It's not like he's pulling numbers out of a hat. Positioning shifting at all. The bulls seem like they're winning. No, they're not. There's just not a lot of momentum either way right now. Stagnating. Yeah. That was, in fact, a bull trap. Yes. More so if the gap fills. The 10-year 3-month is above -1. I'm going to run out of my one shtick. Yeah, you're really into that. Ooh, with rates at 8%, maybe property prices would come down like 0.05. Well, they'll come down like 0.05 each month, right? And then they'll just come down a bunch all at once. That's where unemployment hits. When the number of homes listed for sale will do the opposite. And this is when mortgage rates go to like 12%. Real estate agents, don't worry. Everything is fine. It's a great time to buy. It's always a great time to buy. Man, no one is going to buy houses. Nope. If that happens with housing, it'll be a peak wealth Gherk. Lower my property taxes. Is everyone still overweight equities? Absolutely. When does Japan have to move up interest rates? Their inflation wasn't too hot. They're expected to make another move in April, but they may not. If they do, the Fed may have to respond with hikes as well in order to keep the banking system from collapsing. When prices go down significantly, houses will be bought, just not with financing. Yeah, there's still going to be people who are cash rich. 5110, 5100p, volume intensifies. Yeah, those aren't putting like a lot of drag on spot though. They're pretty far out of the money. And they're probably being sold largely, right? Can JPM absorb another bank? Yeah, they probably could. They could probably absorb a GSIB. But that would probably be about all they could do. That's why the FDIC probably doesn't want them buying up all the regionals, because they want them to have the capacity to absorb a major failure. Did the pickle jar just gap up rent? No, it was already going. There's only 1 million shares? Alright, that just looks fun. No. It doesn't have options. Never mind. I lied. Not fun at all. Poop. The major failure be Wells Fargo. No reason other than spite. Probably not. Are we playing Highlander with the banks? That's what banks do. Can JPM buy a GSIB? They have a 5-year duration risk. They've managed assets better than the Fed. But just one. I mean, they'll have to absorb the paper losses, right? So it's... Everyone's managed their budget better than the Fed. O.J. Simpson died. Okay. I've seen Dixie. Are my 0 DTE 5080 Ps safe? Oh god. I have a 66cc that I need to roll up and out. Okay. I mean, depends on escalation in the Middle East. Where can we bounce to if we get above 50 again? 60? Yeah, kind of. Not the strongest push. A retested 65 could be neat. There. Test 65 fail. Hmm. Alright. But your spread, Gherk, 60 will hurt. No, it's not gonna hurt that much. That's why I opened a spread. I wish I lived in the timeline where Beyond wasn't a play. Yeah, it shouldn't be. But, you know, there it is. What price does BOJ intervene for the carry trade? 55, 56. Not supposed to be intervening at all, but yeah, Ministry of Finance will probably step in around 54. I don't know how the fuck the market's going up right now. This is crazy. Dollars at 105.50. Who wants to buy a European country when the dollar squeezes? AJ clearly sold calls. Yeah, yeah. You probably afford Luxembourg. Nice. Yeah, Nvidia's up a little bit today. This is Microsoft and Amazon, Apple and Google. QQQ in general is overperforming a bit. How up? Save my pooty. Excuse you? I'm about to buy a massive amount of QQQ put leaps. Interesting. Nvidia's finna rip. Still getting some vol shorting. Yeah, everything still looks bullish. I think like 65 SPX is probably pretty reasonable. Might not be able to get much higher than that though. They're trying to play intraday, but I'm not missing out on this bullshit when it falls through the floor as inflation bubble reignites. Yeah, it's almost like QQQ cannot bear any margin contraction whatsoever, or the Nasdaq 100. If someone's buying QQQ put leaps, may I interest them in a 2026 140C TLT? Come on, 120. 140 is ridiculous. I thought that was a drop below 50. 150 was pretty convincing. Just a trap? No, just we sold off, and now we're getting some. We're getting increased put capitulation on the bounce. And we're back above the call wall, which stabilizes the downside a little bit. We're not very far above the call wall, and this could definitely still fail, but we're a little bit above it. Gherkin make a line go down. Well, let's just test like 60 or 65 first. We may not get it. We may just fail here, honestly. Yeah, that doesn't look very good. Is this a bear flag? It's a rising wedge. Loosen it up a bit. Those are bearish, right? Yeah, eventually. Hmm. This is hot garbage for scalping. Well, that's because options are too expensive for that. Is QQQ good to use as a short-term hedge against SPY positions? Not really. I want to clarify something you said about CPI, PPI. Perhaps I understood wrongly, but is it the case that hot CPI isn't bad because companies make money, but hot PPI is bad because people pay more for goods? Hot PPI is bad because companies have to pay more for input costs. Hot CPI is bullish because it improves margin performance because people are paying more for the outputs, right? Yeah, you can do that on futures. It's not a wash trade. It's just a conditional order. Overall grocery store managers in shambles though. Yeah. Just wondering for future entries, but in Carvana, just retouched and rejected GN. Is that the better entry than watching for a failure of GN with a stop? Hmm. Let me take a look at it. So it's currently just above GN. So it bounced back, landed above GN. You'd probably be looking towards 80 to confirm a reversal. I mean, right now it's just chopping on gamma neutral, so I don't think anything it's doing is very relevant. But in the longer term, you would be confirming further out, right? So it'd be like, if this is reversing back and bouncing off GN, you would be looking to a rejection there on the prior resistance, right? And then if that fell back through GN, that would be bearish. She would add. Oh, did we break down? Son of a bitch. Not much though. No sell off, no volume on the sell off. What will I allow that to go to? VWAP test or just the gap fill? It's 107. Oh, fantastic. Do I want to add to the spread? Eh, not really. Mm, failed to fill the gap. Hmm. I might short that. Straddle. Curious. Bulls are going to try to hold their foothold at 51.50 on the call wall, but I think it might fail again. See if that rejects off of the trend, because momentum's starting to shift a bit. Yeah, it's not so hot. Hmm. It's if ES failing the retest at 51, 5200. So far. Let's see if some of those short puts pull back. Bum, bum, bum. Call selling, but not a lot of put buying. Pump until auction, then who knows? We got quite a lot of time till the auction. I'll never forgive you for going to Long Island. Then you write, "We're in the sauce," and you woo me back. Does BIG look intriguing at all? Currently at support, debating if $5 calls are worth it. Hmm. It's a little too soon, but it's getting close. No, I mean, they're a terrible company, but there's some stuff there. It does stuff. $4, that might be a little better. Kathy Wood just bought Palantir shares. Oh shit, abort. Rip to my calls. Bear calls on Palantir to inverse Kathy. I don't know how much she bought. And she probably bought it months ago when it was worth more money. Delta's falling off a little bit. Failure. True, I assumed it was fresh, not an old thing. I mean, it's always an old thing when institutions report stuff they bought. Is it wrong to say that there's a mini Head and Shoulders on this breakdown? Sure, yeah, there's kind of one there. Did you already discuss OJ at length? Yeah. Someone said, "Did you hear that OJ was dead?" And I was like, "Okay." I'm wondering if it could be considered a real formation on such a short time frame. Sure, the reliability is not going to be as strong, but okay, appropriate length of discussion. Yeah, I thought so. Orange juice is always dead? What, do you not like orange juice, Carl? Ah, yes, my favorite. The ridiculously slow bleed. We'll never know if he killed those people. Yeah, unsolved mystery. Scott Baio's Italian hog. Oh, all right, that's fucking great. My question is, why do we have to do this every time? Hmm. What a very exciting test. Mm. Okay, so chop the whole day, 5160, then gap up on Monday, get new all-time high, crash on FOMC meeting. Well, we don't know if we're going to crash on the FOMC meeting. The juice died yesterday. I didn't expect that. Listen, I have witnesses that put me in Long Island during most of the trading day. Orange juice futures down 2% already. I know you hate it, but do you have any BTC exposure going into the halving? No. Calls on Microsoft. Why? MSTR? Ew. I just did the calculations, and if BNet goes to $50 in the next 11 minutes, my net worth will be positive. Where did you get an 11-minute contract? Black market? The Somalian pirate market? 5140, 5110p, volume is filled in. Let's hope it's not mostly sold. A lot of it's sold. But, I mean, who cares? Sold puts squeeze, right? It hasn't filled in that much. It's a little bit better. There's definitely more interest at 2520 than there was. I want NVIDIA to fail all the way back to 870, fall below GN, and then crash to 30 again. I've closed the long side of my NVIDIA straddle. I went out of the short side. Is it safe to say that the longer VIX stays above 16, it means bearish end of day? It could, yeah, it could mean that. Son of a bitch. Gappy little prick. Oh, okay. So that was actually not that bad. Just kind of choppy here. A lot of defense of the 5150 support, which I expected, but I wish there was a little bit less. Futures got a bit more volume on this upside test. We might get the upside move. Well, I will say a lot of these don't look all that great. Hmm. Hmm. 1626. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately this fails, but it could break up a little higher before it does. But 50's so weak. Huh. I get artisanal contracts on Etsy. Ooh, nice. Palantir looks like it's recovering decently. Everyone's super bullish because Kathy Woods bought in 2 months ago. Why are bulls making me consider selling put spreads? I don't know. If you can close them, they don't seem terrible. These lower highs aren't great. It's looking kind of bearish again. Well, this put is looking kind of bearish again. Sorry. Um, it looks like we might get the breakout. Pressuring 55 again. Still aren't enough calls. And 60 is still a big put wall. 60, 65. Next upside call walls at like 70. So I think it may be a wait. I don't want to buy the breakout here because it's going to run right into resistance. I think if it fails, limit 5, 110, stop, buy. Okay. Short the breakup. That's what I just did. I could end up regretting it depending on how durable it is, but I should probably set a stop just a little lower. 103. Yeah. Vol's turning back up again. I don't know if that'll be enough to pull us back into 50-50 though. We have to sell off harder. What happened to BTU today? They said something about their earnings. They lowered their projections for earnings. Your absence made me listen to Yahoo Finance yesterday. Let me tell you, it was horrible. There were too many bulls saying nonsense. It hurt my ears. Don't make me go through it again. I don't think I have anything coming up for a while. So probably not a big worry. Chad BTU recovered everything. It usually does. Although, like I said earlier, that that disinflation or deflation trend in China. That's not good. Not a good sign. Should put this down at like 1. 110. Should technically be at 90. Although I don't think I want to take that much risk on this because it's still kind of upwards consolidation. Fuck it. I can always add more. Test 95. By 2. Ah. Hmm. Just launched BTC and Litecoin futures. Didn't they have those already? If JPrush put half the effort into instructing his students that he puts into shitposts on Twitter, he'd have 100% pass rate. Listen, man, don't. He's getting like 120 bucks a month in beer money for that. All right. It's paying fat dividends. Luckily, YouTube Premium is free for a month, so Discord has a month to figure their shit out before I have to keep my phone constantly open just to listen to your sweet voice. Yeah. Well, I don't know if is Discord working today? Is it like up and running? Everyone can hear me again? You can just use FX, Bob. Only works on my laptop, not on my phone. Huh. Not for me, no. Still shitty. Discord's working for me. I think it's some sort of regional issue, but I don't know what's going on with it. It seems like some people it's fine, other people it doesn't work. I haven't had any issues with Discord audio on my phone. Okay. $60 calls selling off a bit. I don't think we've picked up any bearish momentum yet, but Delta did drop a little on that rejection. What was the high there? 5203 ES. Dollar's kind of falling a little. But yields are going back up again. Ugh, core's still breaking down. Forward return on vol is still negative, but not for long if VIX spikes. What's VX at? 1660? It's a good test of the downside trend. Hmm. Yay. I love making $30 on $600 risk. It's my favorite. Tomorrow's data is not very relevant. We have bank earnings tomorrow. I'll probably need to let my girlfriend know if we're intending to get married before the end of the year, or would you prefer to hold off until next year? Can you use the word detritus in a sentence? Grim2's desk was covered in detritus that consisted of wadded up, sticky Kleenex and hastily wiped off Lubriderm rags. We were supposed to start trading like you, not the other way around. Yeah, funny how that works. Pronounce it my way, you pronounce it yours. Try $3 net of fees on 60 of risk. Spicy. Ooh, bears are getting a little bit more aggressive here. I like it. Is this a bear flag? Yeah. It is if we find support here. Well, it becomes more of one if we find support here. So I'm about to put her at 51.48, and I need to go lay down now. Bullish tomorrow with bank earnings. It's possible, yeah. I mean, I feel like banks should do pretty well. Hmm. Well, that's kind of broken down already, right? All right. Let's see if we get a lower high off this bounce. These fucking 51.50 reversals are the worst. Fucking starving. I need to get some breakfast. Just found out some girl that I tried talking to me back in the day has an OnlyFans nowadays. She bloomed, to say the least. Should I holler? She has a boyfriend. Who cares? Maybe she wants a better one. No, I don't know. Do you want to date an OnlyFans model? It seems like a lot of texting that you're going to have to do. Is there a world where auction is bullish? It seems near impossible at this rate. Probably not. Lower high. Hello. Gherkin, I'm on a plane. Send me SPX address and I can siphon off some of this jet fuel to the Super Peener 500. Oh, that's right. I forgot you're heading out this weekend. Are you trading during your flight? What is wrong with you? You better have a huge hog. Well, at least better than the prior. Well, he doesn't have to make content. He could just be a wizard with the camera angle, right? When you were away yesterday, did you ever think to yourself, I wonder how popcorn traders Pootie Toots are doing? I assumed that he still has them, that he would never sell a single one. I lost 3 grand because I lost service while trading in a car wash once. I remember when that happened to you. It was great. Shout out to whoever does the thumbnail pics. I think today was Flock of Steagles. Win Zom? What about Zom? Zom down. Oil's down. I learned that if you have no service for a week, you can't just sell all bear call spreads and get free money whilst away. Ah, yeah. Well, that's not free money. Was Iran about to make this whole thing tank? Maybe. We'll see. So far, I don't think it's escalated much more than a lot of talk and moving missiles around, but it could. Oh. Still quite a lot of positive pressure. If we break above 58, this gets pretty bullish, I think. 58? 57.50? Yeah, let's say 58. Yeah, 58. We get rejected off of 58. Maybe they'll be done trying to pump it. 87? 6. Hmm. Hmm. A little bit more range. 60s resistance. Fully reversed. Hold on. Um, so put wall here in 65. Seed and Co. That's all. I just wanted to make some people cringe. Success. When FSLR puts. Hmm. Maybe. Why did you leave us alone yesterday? Where were you? I had to meet with an EPA inspector. Bigger sell off. I like it. Hmm. Hmm. add to that yet. It's too soon, right? That doesn't look so great. That's pretty bearish. Okay. So maybe maybe. Is there an environmental disaster because of all the liquidity you've released? Ha! I'm not opening a hedge fund right now. UGI sub 24 in case you're trying to finish your DCA. Oh, cool, thanks. You're wrong on Japan, wrong on inflation, wrong on shrimp futures. I was correct on all those things. Well, maybe not shrimp. Is there an environmental disaster? Because are you opening a hedge fund? No. Wall below 40. Good chance we see 25 today. Right? Not necessarily. What's the Go EV play? Oh, it went on Reg Show. Like past 13 days on Reg Show the other day. I should probably check and see if it's still on Reg Show. Yeah, it is. Double top. I could close the short puts there, but that'll use a day trade. I don't want to do that. Is anything changing here? They're just selling in the money puts. Hmm. They're just selling in the money puts. Call on there. 5, 60, 65. And gamma at 70 is flat. There's another put wall at 75. If we break 75, straight to 5,200. All right. That's manageable. What time is the auction? 1 o'clock? And then... Do we have a Fed speaker soon? HSBC expects the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rates by 25 BPS in June. Expects 75 BPS of interest rate cuts in 2024. Deutsche Bank expects only one interest rate cut in December. Huh. How much is 75, 200? $4? It's kind of cheap. Although maybe we should be like 75, 195. 90. It's a little more pricey. Hmm. Still pushing out puts a little bit. We've almost got enough delta to break out. It's getting close. Might get another failure first, though. It's getting a bit overextended. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Is it MOASS? Hmm. Starting to look like it. Well, we got to worry about DN first, but yeah, a test to 75 is possible. If we break 75, I don't think there's anything stopping us from going to 5,200. Gamma's flat as a pancake to the upside. Hmm. Give this till end of day. I can roll them out. Curious. What's our take from all these upgrades to oil plays like DVN, COP, Oxy? These guys just looking to get out? Mm-mm. They've been buying in, so now they start upgrading. Thanks, Daniel Groves. 10-year auction? 30-year auction, 1 o'clock, right? Vix is getting fucking hammered. Hmm. You know the rules. If there's vol to sell, you sell it. Yep. But that also means that if this pump fails, which it could at delta neutral, they're going to have to scramble to get out of those positions. I told you if you bought a call, it would go down. Thinking September calls? Possibly. What do you want to get calls on? Long end is still up. I think this will rug. I'm not playing today, just curious. I know the auction's in an hour or so. I think the 75 to 5,200 range will probably be dependent on the auction, but we could hold here above the 60 put wall into the auction. This pullback on oil is not very significant. Fed Collins said disinflation is likely to continue to be uneven. When wars in Middle East stop, what's our runtime on global warming? Does anybody have eyes on like a local supernova that can wipe out our ozone layer? I'll make it easy. When everyone's dead, conflict in the Middle East will stop. Is it disinflation when you have 4 hot prints or a trend of inflation? Yeah, getting harder and harder to spin that, isn't it? I need big ups or big downs to break even. Help. How? Are you waiting for a break of 365 to enter cat? No. I'm I'm already in cat. Why were you not here yesterday? I had shit to do. How's the cat doing? I don't know. Fine. If I shouldn't bat, I don't pay you for absences. It's a salary, actually. And I had PTO. I'm still holding your coin Pickles pick play. I didn't enter it that morning, which I also put in Pickles picks before the market opened. No, I'm not still short Netflix from October. Why would I? That's insane. You also said it was dead like 12 times at the start of the stream. Yeah, I know. You know, popcorn trader, if you'd stop shorting things that are going straight up, you might make a lot more money. Carl, you can't time out popcorn. He's roughly equivalent to you in the hierarchy. Also, he's a pigeon whale. I need to create separate moderators for the pigeon whales. That's interesting. This VIX under 16 stuff is bullshit. Dollars at 105.38. This is the most resilient market in the history of markets. Hmm. It's priced to innovation. Yeah, I see that. Hold on. Mm, pretty stable here, I think. Puts us in a weird place. So if we break 75 bullish, below 65 bearish. Okay. Do you know the difference between jelly and jam? Fruit juice and fruit? And jellies are made with juice. Meanwhile, move on the daily. Yeah, yeah. Bond vol picked up a lot the last couple of days. Carl seemed like Gaddafi. Carl Daffy. Hmm. You're feeling a tail at the auction. I don't know how much it matters. It's not like a huge auction, but probably. 30-year rising inflation expectations. I can't imagine it's going to be super bullish. Jesus fucking Christ. So much delta. Bullish consolidation? Yeah, for now. Did you see the news about the Bureau of Labor stats guy emailing the secret sauce to big banks and hedgies? No, I didn't. Can you raise your chair a bit? Oh, my desk might be too high. Is that better? Just for you, Baradactyl. How's Carvana's continued downside looking? Fine. Over the long term, probably great, but in the short term, let's see. Support found gamma neutral, so might bounce back and test 80. That would be a rejection or a breakout there would be confirmation of if it's turning around. Is there a better chance that action pushes up to 5,200 rather than another drop here? Not necessarily. There's resistance here. If we do get above 75, then things get a bit more bullish just because gamma's so flat. But we could also, at that point, we could also fail back through delta neutral again. I need you to get a deeper V-neck shirt on. I don't even think this shirt's a V-neck. Do I own any V-necks? Maybe. Thanks, Odoristan. Because the auction size is smaller. Because the 30-year is already up today. The tail probably won't be that fat. Also, the dollar's at 105, so there's definitely going to be buyers on the 30. I'm starting to tilt. I think I need to walk away today. Maybe. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of the 75 call? It's not unreasonable. All right. If rates are if rates already I'm not listening to anything you have to say. Is it too late to add to long gold to add more? So it could it could be fine to add gold here. It could be really dangerous. It really just depends on policy decisions. Asking for my out of the money 0 DTE call. What? Could we test the 85s? I mean, I think if we break 75, we just go straight to like 5,200. Or at least pretty close to it. The question is, are we going to break DN or not? Which we haven't yet. BLS Economist had super users email lists consisting of JPM, Millennium, etc. He answered their questions about how their calcs are done so they could replicate the report in advance. Nice. You know, those aren't those calcs already publicly disclosed in white papers? Oh, look, AJ's still talking. Don't listen to Olga. I added 10 contracts of gold to secure a pullback. Okay. If I buy a boat right now, will I be in danger from the Houthis? Are you going to go sailing in the Red Sea? No, well, probably not. But I want to be prepared. Hmm. Have you looked into surface to air missile defense systems? Yes. It seems like the right answer. The machinist is building them now. They're cost prohibitive. Yeah, they're a bit more than the price of the boat. But I guess just don't get the boat, just get the missile defense system. Maybe put it in a puddle in your yard. Then you could just put on a like your pirate hat and sit on top of the missile tubes. I bought Google puts. How's that going? You gotta turn your boat into a missile, but then your missile defense system would shoot itself. I think I should get into weapons manufacturing. Is that a good retirement plan? Probably, yeah. You should open it right next door to your current business. I feel like struggling is a strong word here. Just flat with little momentum. Selling vol at the money is kind of risky. So we're seeing a little bit less put selling. Call it Popcorn's Popping Emporium. Oh, nice. PPE. I'll sell explosives and pop rocks and popcorn. Well, when the generals come to inspect you to see what you're doing with the US money, right? And do like weapons tests, you can give them popcorn and pop rocks. Or popcorn sprinkled with pop rocks. Kettle corn? Kettle corn sprinkled with pop rocks. Right? You're gonna get all the grants. And gunpowder, nice and peppery. Wouldn't Gorp rapid fire Shark Tank? It would be the best show on television. I never give anybody any money for their ideas, but we just talk them down a rabbit hole of insanity. You would have invested in the Windy for adults. Absolutely. Where do you think we end the day? It's a good question. Hmm. I would say we either end the day at 5,200 or 5,150. Originally, Jim was interested in artisanal jams and jellies business. After expert guidance from Gork, Jim pivoted to selling jam-infused fleshlights. Jim is now bankrupt. It brings a whole new meaning to peanut butter jelly time. So more like a consulting agency than Shark Tank. I have a bunch of customers that buy pickled serrano chilies and put them in their popcorn. Wait, they put wet peppers in their popcorn? Gross. When Moody's downgrade, when the Fed decides to be cuckish, that's a hell of a butterfly. It's probably not worth butterflying. Sounds like there's a market for salt and vinegar dried serranos. Maybe. Hasn't the Fed been cuckish since November? Yeah, but it hasn't mattered. Eventually it will matter, and then they'll do the wrong thing, and Moody's will downgrade them. They'll keep saying things like the disinflationary trend is on the right path when inflation is skyrocketing. And that's the kind of thing that makes investors lose confidence. It's hard to stand in front of a burning building with people falling out of it and just be like, everything is fine. I thought the line was when Kashkari said we can print unlimited money. Well, no, you can say that. It's just the now that we've done it, it's a different story. Or just spicy salt and vinegar chips and the seasoning for your popcorn. I don't know if I eat enough popcorn to have individual seasonings for them. Like I looked into getting a popcorn machine in my apartment one time, So, you know, it would not be so creepy like one of the carnival ones or movie theater ones. And popcorn salts is about where I stopped. That sounds super creepy. You have to make sure to get the cancer butter. It's actually popcorn lung. Not. It had a butter heater. You want some popcorn? I know a great place. The fact that we haven't touched 5,300 after JPow's last cuck session and that Kashkari had such a strong bear effect when he spoke realistically highlights a tipping point for the market, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't disagree. But the market's been far from rational lately. I want a full size icy machine, but I don't want diabetes. Stevia? Yeah. There was like a new one they were working on that was it was like an artificial sugar, but it was only twice as sweet as actual sugar instead of like 5,000 times sweeter. I don't remember what it was called though. I'm gonna full port AMC when it goes under $1. Okay. Mostly I'm irritable because I'm fasting and I have bagels staring me in the face. Just eat them quickly. Are there any calls coming in above us? Sure. Yeah. Not a lot of them. We're kind of just stagnating here a bit. I don't think that's how fasting works. Oh, god damn it. I answered AJ's question. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna go turn my heat on. It's getting chilly in here. Monk fruit is kind of sweet. Okay. Fuck YouTube's glitchy app. What happened? Cat having a hard time breaking 370 today when yesterday I had so much trouble losing it. Like I said, I think the positioning there is breaking down. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but Cat tends to be like that to the downside anyway. That's why I usually don't short it. How the big guys so quick on news headlines? They usually have like a direct feed. And then they have algos that read the headlines and make trades based on them. Thanks, crypto. The video holding this piece of shit up today, it's helping. Hmm. Hmm. That's kind of coming down. Ball's falling off a bit. Oh. Those are some big red days. Not enough. I'm sorry to trade futures. Are there any tips you can share? Don't buy out of the money Apple calls. Any suggestion on what would be a good pick up at the money or shortly? No. Are these random posts about RC in Argentina getting so many likes and comments on Reddit? Bots or that many delusional people? Delusional bots. Can you manage my port? Thanks. Wow, bro, stop reminding me. I'm never gonna let you forget. Well, it depends on how many teraflops we need to work. It could be pretty cheap or insanely expensive. I assume it means months, like if you sign a contract for X number of months. Can you make the SCX chart change colors? Yeah, I could. RC's learning from Argentina about closing down underperforming cities. Soon GameStops all over the country are gonna start invading the subways next door to them. Can you go in the kitchen with new videos? Stop buying out of the money Apple calls. Yup. Cookies and leche. That is accurate. Oh, this is gonna be a long day. Hmm. I missed the last few days, but is Beyond dead? It fell off Reg Show. Really, y'all? I see some school reach 10 terabyte internet speed with fiber on a Hertz previously unused. No. Cool. I'm in my dark spot, thanks to you all. Is that just under the covers on your bed? Would you rather be AJ? What's up, Popcorn? This is a diamond top. Oh, Jesus. It is? What time frame? Or can't it just be a really 6 week? Tell me I'm wrong. I think you might be wrong. I mean, 100% returns and beyond. Only problem is I only bought $800 worth of shares. Well, that's money is money. 5205 incoming. Yeah, we if we break up above 75, we can run pretty hard. We got 11 minutes till the auction. We might pump up to 75 here. Going into the auction. Are we getting enough call interest? When I lost it, cutting calls when it came off reg show. Fair. Yeah, a little bump in delta there. Not a huge one. This doesn't look particularly bearish. So we're looking like 52.20 upside. 51.72. Hmm. QQQ looks pretty good. Nvidia's gonna squeeze 900 calls if it breaks out. Tesla still looks like shit. Apple looks a little better. Google and AMD up also. Hmm. $8 minutes? Is this a large auction? It's like 30 billion or something, I think. I don't even buy the 30-year when it'll go underwater in a month. Hedge the dollar rising. If the auction prints a tail, big downs. I mean, we could fail again. I don't know how big that'll be initially, but if we fall below 65 again, yeah, we can drop. MM's pricing in like what, 201, like 201 to 120. So quite a lot of range. I'm not necessarily expecting it to go down. This is all NQ. RSP is down on the day. Yeah, I know. Most of the recovery here is in tech. Dow's down hard too. Russell's doing okay. Mid caps seem moderately supportive. People from banks are sound and resilient. So don't worry, we have plenty of money to bail the banks out with. Yeah, it was a quick shift. We're just a little over 10% off the Feb 2020 on low for GME, and AMC is tanking hard. It's a good day to be a shill, my friends. Have you seen the panic on Superstock? It's funny. Like, but we're profitable, guys. Check DMs. It's a bit rough and ready, but it explains everything. Oh, god damn it. Popcorn, that's the fucking 1 minute. Son of a bitch. Have I? It is glorious. I feel like Cartman when he made Tenderman eat his parents. Colt Tendyman's tears taste so good. You're a sick fuck, Gaff. I like it. Jamie Diamond Tap, and well, I mean, you're not wrong, but I don't want to give you any motivation to ever say that to me again. I, for one, welcome our 5125 overlords. That'd be cool. We'll see. I'm kind of interested that we haven't just cock rocketed into the action. That happened yesterday. I know. I was there. Well, I saw it. That was a fat tail on the 10-year. That was rough. Hmm. Well, we were here. Oh, third biggest in history or something? Yeah. I'm sure there's some guy on Twitter who spends his entire life trying to figure out what place every economic event occurs in and then ranks them. How do people have so much time on their hands? Of course I know him. He's me. Yeah, 4.661. Oh shit, the Fed bid on it? 362 million? Yeah, I noticed the Fed's been bidding an awful lot lately, despite their stance of quantitative tightening. I don't know if it grew a tail or not yet. I have a call. It will print a tail and drill to the Earth's core. Maybe. Bid to cover 2.37. Ooh, gross. Hmm. Not much happening as of yet. I don't think the results are finalized. 4.67 to 40 points? 39? I'm waiting till I see on my end. Double check it. Market likes it, whatever it is. I would be cautious of the knee-jerk reaction of the market to data like that. $4.665. Hmm. Bid to cover 2.37, high yield 4.671 versus 4.661. US sells 22 billion, awards 58.23% of bids at high. Primes takes 17.34, direct 18.28, indirect 64.38. Not the greatest action. Maybe it just doesn't matter though. Hmm. Trying to fill that gap. I'm gonna run into resistance here. Shouldn't, right? What's the gap fill? 52.10. Why do we need to get above 85? I don't think we do. We need to get above 90. Yeah, we should have a pretty good ramp up to 5200 here. Nice, Carl. ES is breaking up. Alright, ES is breaking to the upside of the consolidation too. Let's see, what's the next resistance? 52.33.50. And if we clear that, we could test 68.75. The video's running into a lot of sold calls. But if it can squeeze them, it's gonna fucking rip. What's that on SPX? Like 52.05, 52.10-ish? Yeah, hold on. I'll give you the exact numbers. That would be like 52.10, 52, well, yeah, like 52.10, 52.20, right around there. Shouldn't be too much resistance here. I guess 90 a little bit, but it's not very strong. And we're above DN, so that should help. So we'd be looking for this gap fill or this test. So like 52.11, 52.12. This would be the breakout, right? So we're like right at the breakout point. Did the Fed minutes reveal anything of note? That the Fed is fairly split in its estimate of where the economy is headed? Do you think they can hold it above 5,200 into tomorrow? Maybe. How do we feel about Riven? Factory reopens 4:30, 5/7 earnings report. Currently pushing its forecasted lows. Interest OI for short dated. Let me see. Looks like we finally got a breakout in every one of my legendary calls. I bought near the bottom. which were overpriced. Yeah, you could have just waited until they shorted the fuck out of vol before getting into a call. That was my plan, at least. Do I want to risk a 5,200? How much are those? Jesus Christ, 360? Oh, now they're 390. All right. Anyway, time to buy a peach orchard in Georgia. This isn't 1820. You're gonna need a lot more money than that. You might be able to get like a tree. River vehicles are popping up everywhere. Seems to be the new trendy vehicle for physicians. Hmm. Well, I can say this much. It doesn't look like it's gonna go a lot lower. But people are not accumulating long positions on it. Charm's still pretty negative. I think they might need to surprise a bit. Rivian. Give me a second. That's what I was seeing as well. Long dated might have legs, you know, playing the game vicariously through your losses. That's why I'm here. You trying to convince me to go short Rivian, like I went long Disney. One peach orchard. How much could it cost? $10. Yeah, it's just fruit, right? Well, hmm. 5. 5,200. The hard resistance. No. 95's. 95's a little bit of resistance, but it shouldn't be too much. How much can this pull back to? Oh, you bitch. Oh, wait, was that the other one? Motherfucker. It's awfully big sell off. Spike and vol. There we go. And cash. Let's see, let's do the 5205. Just some profit taking. The top or break out more. Let's see. Yeah. There's a double gap to the upside here, so. Hmm. Hmm. No, I still think it's going to break out. It's just going to be choppy till it does. How choppy? That depends. You get 1 or 2 rounds of profit taking. That's not so bad. If we get too much profit taking, then this could start to fail. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. But if we get up, and like push into 200, I think we go up to like 205, 210. Pretty clear path. Well, call buying is not subsiding. Not really. Um, they're, they got to work against gamma on the downside. The big problem is that profit taking can cause really big slips. So it's because we're still below GN. So it's hard to have a stop that doesn't just get smashed. If I close that, then I can't close. Yeah, I want to be able to close the whole thing, right? Mm, yeah, I'm stay long this one. 340 test. 298. We'll see. Ball's picking up a little bit. This might be starting to top out here. How much of those debit spreads did I hedge off? 840, 1370. $5. Oh wait, I had another cash one too, right? What was that? 390 and 5. So 6-ish. Can my Cubs come out now? Not yet. This can still break up. This is bullish, right? We're on a call ramp. It extends out to at least 50, like at least a test of 5,200, maybe higher. This kind of consolidation tends to be pretty bullish. We've got a ascending triangle there at the 51.95. Why are we up here though? Because we broke DN. See? Wasn't yesterday more bearish than how the market reacted? Yeah. But there's still a ton of vol control, and like we saw a little bit of CTA leverage drop, but not a lot. We didn't really push hard through the triggers. And breaking back above DN's just gonna force them to leverage back up again. So but why break DN on a full day of bad data? Because we tanked yesterday, and no one was prepared for it. And so what puts did remain this morning mostly took profits, right? Which kind of takes a lot of the weight off of the downside positioning. And then, bulls start selling puts, right? And VIX gets crushed. The more VIX gets crushed, the more puts stop out. That starts to bleed prices up slowly. This is usually really common after like a big drop like yesterday. It's not a rescue mission. It's just an effect of the positioning. Bears never being prepared for downs is a recurring thing. They get more aggressive incrementally. There are no bears. There were this time. There were a few. We're starting to get more. We're starting to get more put buyers out, but longer dated. Right, that's a lot of delta, not gamma. It has less of an effect on price action in the near term, more of an effect over a longer period of time. Is this gonna fucking fail? No way they give it up here, right? We're so close. Can't get through the 95 resistance, really? A gap fill failure here is bearish as fuck.
if we don't fill like 5200 to 5210, that's really bad because they have all the momentum, they have all the positioning, everything they need to get it up to like 5210 at least. They're gonna get rugged by the rest of the in the money bulls who overpaid for their calls. They better start buying the fuck out of this debt. This wouldn't really be bears. This would be people who spent $15 on fucking 5160 calls going fuck this, I'm out. Hmm. They were 50s actually. I need Bear to come drop a big 5200 synthetic short right now. You'd probably want them to synthetic short higher so it crushed the gamma at spot. Probably be like 5220. 95 resistances are usually not filled out as much for whatever reason. It's psychological. Imagine them all take profit take and we go back to 5150. We could. Yeah, if they fail DN again, that's really bad. Mm, 90 support. Yeah, 90 support. What the fuck? Hmm. No, this was consolidation. This is a failure. Video failed 900 again. You really have to play it to the last minute with the dip buys sometimes. Well, they're buying the entire way, and then that's when they finally get enough leverage for it to reverse. But this isn't like bullish, right? This is what we saw earlier today when we failed. Like this breakdown retest thing. That's not super bullish, generally speaking. It puts us back into consolidation. Delta's still falling off a little bit. Bigger vol short. Big volume on QQQ. Yes, almost filled 52.23. Bounce back up. 52.47.50 is the confirm. And where's the gap again? 51.99.01. Hmm. Speaking of T, look like it gets time to add some shares or wait till after earnings. That's the whole point of DCA. Doesn't matter, right? It's within my buy-in range. Kind of in the top part of it though. I'd rather buy it lower. It's not a terrible price. Breadth isn't very strong. Most of this is driven by tech. Gap fill then fail. That's possible. Fuck, that stop loss got me. Yeah. Mean reversion is VWAP's at 440. $52.06. Huh. Oops. Hmm. I don't know which way this is gonna break. We're getting a decent amount of call selling at 5,200 on the upside, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to crush the momentum. I started DCAing Lulu. The the consumer has been retreating. That's dangerous. Retail outlooks aren't strong, and Rich Roman will stop buying yoga pants. Or they'll buy shittier yoga pants, or they'll buy them less frequently. See, when you're looking at luxury retail like that, remember there's one rich woman that will go in and buy 10 pairs of pants, right? But there's 1,000 poor women who will come in and buy one pair of pants. And when the consumer weakens, these go away. volatility gonna move up here? I'd like to see an uptick in vol. And then I'd like to see that keep ticking up until we fall back below 5150. Ideally. Volume isn't backed by a consensus. That's relative to the price level more than it is to where people are positioned. Why would you buy $45 underwear to shorten them? So your maid doesn't think you're poor? Jumping Apple making it tasty for another round of bear call spreads. I'd wait. The pop in Apple's backed by some capitulation, so it could run a little bit higher before it starts to get bogged down again. Maybe next week. Thousands of dollars traded, and I'm up $5. Nice. That's what I said, pop 'em off. 6 ads in 25 minutes. None this morning. They caught up with you. Do you want your maid? Don't you want your maid to think you're poor so she won't fleece you? Well, no, because then when she goes and tells the other maids, she'll be like, "Yeah, they only shit in $45 underwear." Or they're like, "I need to start looking for a new job because my employer has been buying cheaper underwear, right?" And then maybe one of their husbands has a buddy at work and he tells that buddy, and then that buddy knows a guy who owns a bunch of the stock. And it gets out that you're buying cheap underwear, all of a sudden all your shareholders are bailing. These are the kinds of things you need to think about. I keep telling myself I'm done with SPX because the losses pile up. Then one trade goes my way and totally redeems itself. I mean, ES can fall back to 5207, which would put us at like 5165, 5200. A failure here is really not good. Especially if bears leverage the downside with 0 DT puts. Tesla couldn't pump. Now comes the dump. It's a possibility. Hmm. Gap fill? Pretty close, right? What was that at? $52.05.52. Hmm. You almost have a megaphone. This is getting... So this is actually becoming less bullish. That is just a megaphone now. So when you get those descending, like descending broadening wedges like this, these are bullish. They're really bearish if they break down, right? But they tend to break up. Like the downside consolidation breaks and then they break up. But as it becomes like as that trend pushes higher and it becomes a megaphone, this means the volatility, like at strike volatility is increasing, right? And this becomes more bearish. Unless they pump $250 billion in 10 minutes and clean up. They already did that all day, though. They've tried pumping this pretty hard a couple times now. Neither one seemed to be getting them any closer to their goal of getting it over 5,200. And the call, like, what's happening here that's even more important than the bulls buying is that someone's selling the fuck out of the 5,200 call. What EMA levels do you like your bands at? It doesn't matter. Just draw a fucking squiggle through all the candles. It'd be pretty close. Six and nine. Do you use heavy I don't use any resistance. If I need a 5165 test or 5205, do I have a good shot at either? Yeah, both have some potential. You're way closer to getting 5205 than 5165. I like the 5K, 10K EMA crossover. Oh, you mean the end of the world? It's funny how NQ quickly goes from underperforming to outperforming as soon as someone's margin is trouble. It's almost like the market is actually fucked. I mean, it's not fucked with VIX at 15. What did I miss? Not much. Been trading pretty sideways for about almost an hour. Carvana play over, risk now, dead. Oh, manage your own fucking position. I just sold spreads on it. Is the top still around 52.10? Yeah, roughly. Is that the gap fill? Almost. Futures breaking up above resistance a little bit. They're shorting the fuck out of vol. Holy shit. Hmm. Was the top still around 52.10? Yeah, that's what it calls on. 5200. The boop. Can BB ever make a turnaround? I don't know. You're talking about BlackBerry? I have no idea. Probably not. No wonder my wife tells you to spread her so much. God damn it, Carl. If the 5200 soul calls get squeezed out, how high could we go? 5210? Hmm. I guess if they, well, if it all really gets squeezed, maybe ES 75. That'd be tough though. VIX is down so fucking hard today. Pricing in 0.35 rate cuts. Oh, that's interesting. Mm. Oh, that started squeezing some. That's the gap filled, I think. Yep. Mm. Okay. All right. Nice. Go a little out of the money call buying here. But I think we're kind of hitting our upper range for the day soon. So now 5,200 should be support. Gork, you're a shill. You said 52.10 and you were off by 55 cents. Whoops. So now bulls sell a fuck ton of puts, stabilize price here, gap us up overnight every night until FOMC, right? That seems excessive. FOMC's at the end of April. Mix down's 12% since the top yet today. Actually crazy. Yeah. I left for a couple hours. Where did this pump come from? Breaking DM, mostly. Hmm. Nope. I'm gonna wait on those. I don't like this. It's almost 3. 1 second. Oh. What was I doing? Ah, bounce. There we go. Not a lot of opportunity to sell that 5210. Maybe I'll get it here. Hmm. I read my 5200 from 150 to 9. Nice, dude. Are they saving positions from before CPI here? There's honestly not a lot left. What they are doing is they're getting the vol risk off the table because of the short puts that got trapped up here. If they can hold it up here, which they may not be able to do for long, or they may try to de-risk. Just sell them to me for fucking $2.50, you assholes. There. If VIX gets back above 1550 again, this could get spicy. NVIDIA about to squeeze 900. It's been trying all day. I don't know. No. Those are like 30, 45 DTE calls. They're not going to squeeze off unless it's able to push up to like 15 or 20. Hmm. Should we be wary of de-risking sold puts? Possibly. Some of those puts just expire today, so the goal may just to be try to end the day above here. Oh shit. Alright, hold on. All right. Bulls rugging bulls? Maybe. We'll see. It's definitely an extremely slow rugging, if that's what's going on, but there's not a lot of movement in the options yet. I'd say things look pretty flat here. At least for now. We may get some profit taking in a little bit, but not yet. EU 2026 law just like that all power tool batteries must be interchangeable no matter the brand. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, it's gonna be a hell of a day. I'm getting so many fucking phone calls for no reason. All right. How's Palantir looking? Like, could maybe move up? Sure. I mean, it's the prior risk was defined on it, right? I don't know why you're asking me. It broke back above risk. It's breaking out of the consolidation. It's probably bullish. Day late, but looks okay. Might want to confirm it at like 23 just to make sure that it doesn't get hung up on the sold calls because it did fail first instead of just breaking out right away. So the breakout may not be as strong. Also, a lot of those things may turn around here if indexes do. Any chance it retests GN? Yeah, sure. I mean, I just sold spreads on it for next week, so I'm not like in a rush to do anything there. But I mean, more importantly, I want to note that the current economic conditions on it, like that, like shorting it is a long term play. You got plenty of time to find an entry. That has more to do with like continuously high interest rates, which are very very bad for their sales numbers, right? I wouldn't say bulls are going to push substantially higher than where we're at right now. We could bleed up a little more into the end of the day, but without like a lot of additional buying out of the money, we're probably not going to gain a lot of ground from here. Back into the covers. I slept through open and missed the Carvana play. How was PPI today? Hot. Express ripping next stop that absurd $20 price target. Isn't NQ very blown out? Extremely. Yeah. What does it mean it's going to stop going up? The Google puts are doing not so good. Yeah. I was going to say, when you said that earlier and it was up 1%, now it's up 2. It could get rejected, but we're also getting close to pre-SLD, so some pump through this time frame's probably likely anyway, or at least as like as charm picks up on in the money positions, we're gonna have a lot of like we're gonna have a lot harder time dropping. What's got into Apple today? Holy moly, it's getting its pump on. I have no idea what your question means, Colonel Mustard. CPI, PPI, both very bad. Why are we going up so sharply? Because macroeconomic conditions are not the only thing that influences the price of equity indexes. So even if this sells off, we have support at 200. Oh, no. No, if this sells off, our support's down at like 65. There's a little bit of support at 200, but not a ton. And this selling off is still kind of a big if. We could get pinned here. Well, depends. A lot of our price action for the rest of the day, if we're to experience any downside, would be due to calls that are in the money taking profits. Now, a great deal of those calls drastically overpaid for their options, given where IV is at now. And they may be encouraged to do that, but we're not quite there yet. I will say we are getting call selling due to the stagnation here. At the 5210, 5205, 5220 levels. That could add a little weight to everything. I think we're still below gamma neutral, so you know, and we could fail that test. That's the test that we've failed all week, right? Is GN. And that's, you know, $6 above us right now. And any failures here, the market maker is going to sell into, right? So buy side strength has to be persistent. Otherwise, the market maker is going to push the dump. Bear's dead for another month? Not necessarily a month, but a couple of weeks, maybe. Week. New AI chips and all max by the end of 2024. So nothing's changed. I just said why it could sell off because the call options that were bought that are in the money were bought for a high premium due to the IV being much higher earlier today than it is now. And so any downside move here, right? We're just going up. We've been just going up for like 5 hours now. But any downside move immediately makes those options overpriced. And the market maker is also selling into any downside moves. So the downside move can not only be rapid, but it could force the capitulation of in the money calls. Options are cool. Meta claims its new AI chip is 2 times as fast as the H100s. This is great. I can't wait till they all start cannibalizing each other. The hedge probably isn't a bad idea. We're still a bit below the. I think we're still a bit below the high for end of day on Tuesday. That could be resistance. Gamma neutral could be resistance. I do think bank earnings are going to be good tomorrow, so we may get a continuation of the upside tomorrow, but there's still a chance it could pull back today. I don't need this one anymore. It's irrelevant. This is probably irrelevant now, too. Test 16. Something like that. Just this for now. Yeah, we're just barely staying above trend. We're starting to get a little gappy to the downside too. We don't have any more upside gaps, do we? No. Futures. Hmm. Yeah, in the longer run, this isn't so bullish. I guess if we fail back to 220, then retest. This is a substantially lower high. Hmm. Let's see what our momentum looks like, because it hasn't moved much. Fairly stable. A lot of netting and repositioning going on here. I need to look at the longer term charts. Let's see what's moving around. Yeah, gamma's still flat as fuck to the downside of 5,200. Like all the way down to 75. 75's kind of supportive right there at DN. But if 75 broke, next support's at 50. So yeah, if we don't hold 5,200, that's pretty bad. And then to the upside of 5,200, it's still really weak. There's not a lot of interest at 1520. There's a little bit at 2530. Then it falls off again. Picks up at 40, falls off at 45. Picks up a bunch at 50. We're getting a little bit of put buying and a little bit of call selling here. Near this top. I haven't even seen the new YouTube layout. Any more data this week? We have bank earnings tomorrow, which is huge. I think we have some other stuff tomorrow too, right? So we have consumer. Oh yeah, we have Michigan consumer preliminaries. So inflation expectations. Oh, and then we have import export prices. That's going to be a big deal. I think overnight we have GDP from England, and then German inflation. Let me just look. So we got Chinese balance of trade tonight. We got a Japanese 3-month bill. We got some Japanese industrial production shit. That all has an effect on the dollar. German inflation, which has been ticking up, but isn't expected to, year over year is expected to fall. Then we have Great Britain GDP. And then, yeah, and then in the morning we go into import-export prices, Michigan consumer, and then we got a couple intraday Fed speakers towards the end of the day tomorrow. And then, yeah, bank earnings tomorrow morning, which is kind of a big deal. But they should be good. I think bank earnings will be pretty good. This is wild right now. I mean, this is a product of a higher volatility environment, right? Bigger ups, bigger downs. So lots of last minutes also need to pour in if they want to pump this to 25 by end of day. Yeah, quite a lot. It could happen. It's not out of the range of possibility. But gamma neutral's been a pretty tough fucking resistance all week. Our bank earnings good. Equity pumping or from having loans out at the higher rates. Both a liquid lending environment, which helps improve their net interest income, and then over the last quarter, equities are up fucking like 10%. Well, so that'll be pretty good for them too. They're reporting last quarter's earnings, right? So it's during the period of rapidly loosening financial conditions, which is great for banks. Their next set of earnings for this quarter, maybe not so good. I'm not salty because of Sears? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and I couldn't care less. I don't like conspiracy theorists with idiotic stock takes. These banks are sound and resilient. Resilient? Resilient. Ah, okay. Gamma Neutral's been tough resistance all week, so look out for buyers to gap over in after hours. That would be the best way to handle it, yeah. A pre-market gap above GN would be very good for bulls. No, Dave. Gold rising for no reason. Well, gold was rising because dollar was dropping earlier. It's not no reason. Very good reasons for gold to be going up right now. New all-time high. Let's fucking go. I didn't even know they existed. They don't. Hmm. Is gold a good way to play gold? It's okay. It's a miner, so they tend to do better when they start dumping their inventory at higher prices. A little bit longer of a play lags. People with better output will generally generate better returns. I used to park at the Sears parking lot when I went to Woodfield Mall because it was always empty. Nice. Where would MM want this to close at? Ideally? 5165? I got my first stock ticker ad. It was for XSP. I made it. I'm a degen. Oh, thank God they're advertising that. Maybe it'll finally get some fucking liquidity. You don't think shorts have changed their tactic of covering? What are you talking about? On what? What shorts? They've been advertising it for months. Yeah, and they add the money spreads still like 5 cents. Tell them to advertise Express so I can sell covered calls. Is the positioning there for it? I mean, in the money calls would just need to sell off for us to mean revert. Are the shorts in the room with you right now? I mean, yeah, I'm short some things, so I guess so. Fuck. I'm a shill. We got Express long ago. Is it still a play? No, they fucked up. Their management took a golden opportunity to turn the company around and shat on it. I think it's wild. I went from hating shorts from Jimmy to being someone that loves being sell side. You're welcome, Carl. Remember back when Superstock was like scared that like all the influencers and people with like, well, anybody with influence was like trying to get everyone to sell their GME and short GME and sell calls on GME. Somehow I ended up doing that anyway. Like I ended up being the worst of the things SS thought about me. That seems to be an all too common trend in retail. What's up with that? Retail's dying as a business model. But who was wrong? I mean, them. That's fun, bro. Ape no fight ape. DRS to the moon. SS wasn't always right about you. They were just early, but don't worry. You still have the most and best DD in their library. I know. It pleases me to know that there's someone out there with 5,000 DRS shares that's bound a hardcover copy of my DD, explaining why they shouldn't have done that. Why is management so bad at seeing transition points and options? Lethargic, complacency. I mean, the standard things that affect the management of any company that's been successful for a long period of time. A lot of them see the ruin and destruction on the horizon, and borrow a bunch of money in order to buy back stock, and then they sell their positions. Bobby. Gold is actually rocketing today. I know. I know. It's pretty cool. Sears? Yeah, well, they started it. They invented the way to do it. The only redeeming quality SS had was finding this place. I didn't lose all my money. I'm glad for this pump. You're still out of the money, though, and I understand how theta decay goes, so just less loss. I'm gonna write a whole DRSDD, and we'll conclude how Jamie is gonna MOASS on T plus D's nuts days. Nice. 10,000 upvotes. Pumpy's looking done. Stagnant. I never got to wash Dave's hair. It's one of my biggest regrets in life. Thanks, Joe Sixpack. How's USD JPY looking over the next few months? Probably progressively worse, unless Japan raises rates. But if Japan raises rates, they might force the Fed to do the same, and that could just leave us in the same position. Look at you guys, all trying to long the dip on yen. I'm going to continue picking up yen futures for 2 years from now, and then hope something changes by then. My biggest regret is shorting 5140, the absolute bottom today. That was a bad choice. Can you wash my hair? Insert "we have a perm at home" and then camera pans to Carl's bald head meme. Or are you bald, or do you just shave your head? Or will no one ever know? Because if you were bald, that would imply that your testosterone levels are through the roof, which means you've been lying to us all along. And I'm going to tell your wife. Does any super stacker ever consider that GameStop would just issue more shares if they ever locked up the GME liquidity? I told them that. Or if the price ran hard, I also told them that. RC doesn't have enough money to implement any type of long-term revenue streams. He's only got $1 billion. That's like nothing. It's good 5 bananas. Carl flipped a long T. Bullish. They went in the money, but I'd sold already. Mostly bald. Shave the rest to make it look better. Okay. Nice. Smart. That's what I would do. Don't lie to us. You're building an infinity pool at your house. How would I... My house is on it's on flat ground. No. Just you know what? They are fixing the fountain at the end of the pool. It's got like a little rock wall fountain thing, and it shoots water out of that into a hot tub, and then the hot tub water technically infinity pools over The edge of the hot tub into the deep end of the... Okay, so there's like a little... There's like a little infinity thing going on there. I was thinking about using the hot tub for the shrimp. That way you could just like open your mouth and lay under it, and the shrimp would just fall out of the hot tub into your mouth. My wife knows I'm bald. Are you sure? A shrimp hot tub is one of the grossest things ever mentioned on the stream. Well, you keep the shrimp in the main pool, right? But if you want a snack, you grab a few shrimp, right? Like a game. Like you swim around, you grab some shrimp, and then you chuck the shrimp up in the hot tub, let them simmer for a bit. Boom. This is a great idea. I'm not gonna listen to any fucking poor people try to shill me your ideas about what a pool's supposed to be. I'm paying for it. Oh, this boom food poisoning. Why? There's a guy on my local Facebook marketplace selling a 7-foot long, 3-foot tall fiberglass shrimp for 250. Sounds like a decoration you need. Hmm. Don't mind me, Gherk. Just innovating. That's basically Chinese style hot pot, right? Maybe throw some bok choy up there. Fistful of noodles. I'm gonna accidentally buy 100K shares of shrimp now. If that company knew how to run its business, they'd make a shitload of money. If there are no odd mammals in my hot pot, is it really local? Hmm. So you say 3 Sigma moved down, but I don't believe you. ES is dumping. Why not SPY? ES hasn't really dumped that much yet. SPY might dump. It's getting touchy. I would say the rejection on ES here still falls well in the realm of bullish consolidation. The first test at 5250 had some support. Also, momentum's kind of bleeding off, but price isn't going anywhere, which is usually kind of bullish. On the longer term time frames, it looks bad. Where do we put clips in the Discord? In the clips tags channel? I'm starting to think we won't close under 5,200. That would probably be ideal. Let's see, we got just hitting power hour now. A nice little head and shoulders out on the 5-minute. Broke up. Let's see what happens there and there. The advantage of being above 5,200 is they can keep vol pinned. As long as no one else de-risks. So that's technically the breakup. So just a double top though. 52.12. Out of the money calls. Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yes. Yeah. Well, sorry, that's QQQ. That's okay. I mean, you can see it here on the 1 minute too. Hmm. Yeah, we're not trading any fucking volume up here. Futures VWAP still down at 52.12. Hmm. Kind of a double top on gold. Yeah, could be. But it's coming off a double bottom, so probably not. I would say that the the prior top, this was the breakdown, right? And then you got the double bottom here, 230, 2340-ish, right around there. Then that broke up. So I mean, in the long run, you kind of have this. So downside, like volatility is picking up a bit, right? But this could break out. Or it could just test a little higher than the trend, like up here. Flat on the prior high. This is bullish, though. Slightly. Slightly bullish. Gherkin, I'm in White Plains. Why? 69 Sigma move to the downside. What are the odds Kobe White gets 4 threes today? 1 to 6? UVXY reverse split today and the options chain disappeared. It didn't disappear. It's just you have two options chains now. So like see. And then it'll open up the standardized options chain probably in the next couple days. But the non-standard options chain is still there. Those are the reverse split options. All our DNA is made of two options chains. Jellison. Oh shit, sorry. So the non-standard options for UVXY are right there. If we close under 205, I've hedged off these shitty debit spreads, but I would like to close them for more money. I think if we lose 205, I know I can't do that, can I? Lose for 5,200. How many trades do I have? At one trade. Motherfucker. Hmm. How do you feel about Apple MOASS? It's been moving up. It's doing things. It's testing 74, right? I think there's still a ton of resistance at 75. They said something about AI. Maybe not. Could be an opportunity to go long Apple if it holds 74. 5150 ES? Oh, 50, yes. Well, a little bit. Let's see if we lose the lower trend, though. That's more important. Pretty good support at 5200 last time we tested it. I feel like 5200 has now become way too important. It was a mistake for all the bulls to pile in there and not buy anything out of the money. Where's the market? Market makers around 175 now. Creeping up slowly. $52.10 and $52.05 are going to decay off into negative terms with downward pressure. If we fall under 5200, there's a shitload of downward pressure. But we don't have a lot of time for that to happen. It's 318 right now. Hmm. Would you DCA cat spreads? Or is there a chance of bouncing higher? I wouldn't do it today. Maybe next week. $464 watching, but only 222 likes. Hit the button. Yeah. Did YouTube make it easier to hit the button or harder? If a hard landing occurred, what could we do then? Is the market closed for the next 10 years? No, it'd just be really volatile. Explain pod? Like the thing that you keep your laundry detergent in? Or a seed? I don't know where the button is at, actually. Nice. All right, I'll do it. I'll sell my puts for a small lose for the boys. They have the chat cover the buttons now. Genius.
Hmm. It's such other system, and they punish me with an ad. Their priorities. Maybe I should straddle while VIX is still down here. I've thought about that. It's enticing. Hmm. Let me see. Yes, still finding support at 5250 though. Not a lot of volume, but plenty of support. Kind of bottoming out in short-term momentum, so it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Longer term still kind of sucks, but we might not have enough time left for that. Hmm. Not if they hold 5200 and rip tomorrow. Fair enough. I mean, we only get downside if we fail 5200. Otherwise, we just stay here. Hmm. Bank earnings tomorrow. What do I want for my gold piggy bank? Good earnings or bad earnings? Hmm. What do you think about it? I mean, we have some. We don't have all the bank earnings tomorrow, right? We just have some. But I would say that for gold, the most important thing would probably be
You know, gold might not be too. Like if banks do well, it's probably strong for the dollar. So that might cause a little pullback on gold. But I don't think the risks, which is the reason gold is being bought at such a crazy pace, are really gonna have that big of an effect. Like they're not those aren't going anywhere. Baseball guy's translator lost 40 million in bets. It belongs in the pickle jar. Huh. I just meant that all these red days keep getting eaten back up. Down 1%, up 0.95 the next day, etc. Yeah, yeah. They're trying to hold to these levels till the rest of the short vol decays out, but it's been tough, right? It's hard to keep that persistent vol control going when volatility is picking up and there's larger amount of volatility demand. QQ could be the better straddle in terms of for banking earnings in terms of trading range. I mean, generally QQQ is more volatile, so it has more range than ES. But straddles on it also cost more money. It's possible earnings are good and guidance is poor. I don't know if they're going to guide down yet. I could see them guiding down second half 2024. They could, I guess, potentially, but it seems a bit premature. When using expected move calculations, does price typically go to that skew point at some time during the day? I.e., today we went down, but then we are at the top end of the expected move. No, not always. Depends. Very frequently, the price is in a much larger move than we experience, or not enough of a move. Expected move is not always the most accurate point. It also changes throughout the day. Hmm. Holy fuck, this is boring. Just a guideline for where straddles were priced prior to close. Well, it's usually the overnight price, but yeah. This is like trading like overnight futures. Holy fuck. We're still below GN, which is even more surprising that we haven't gotten any volume to the downside. Bulls are really trying to pin this here. There's lots of in the money call buying at 52, which, I mean, if we were to fail 52, would be a huge mistake for them, right? But so far we haven't. We're getting a little bit of 90-95 call buying, so they're trying to, they understand the risk, they're trying to stabilize it. Leave us upside into end of day. Hold on, I'm gonna refresh this and see what we're looking like for tomorrow's expiration. Mm, yeah, kind of the same thing for tomorrow. A little more split. 51.95.90 on the put side, 5,200 on the call side. It's a little ramp up to 15, not much. And then there's some call walls at 80, 85 to the downside. So protecting GN or DN on the weekly. Well, awful lot of neutral positioning for fucking bank earnings. That's surprising. I thought that would have skewed a little bit more bullish. Safe to sell a bull put spread for 51.95, 5,200. I'm kind of thinking about doing that too. If we get another low test, I might. The large reports, do you park cash? I just buy treasuries. 3 6 month, roll them over. I don't like money markets and shit because you just fucking do it yourself and you don't pay the fees and you get an extra, you know, 0.3, 0.4%. I think we rip into close. We could move to 15 into close potentially. On a breakout, we could test GN, which is at 52.16, I think. I'll say again, most of the focus of the call buying is in the money calls right now. So it's supportive, not bullish. Even for tomorrow's expiration. Why would you speak that ugliness into existence? What ugliness? The only reason people choose MMS would be to keep the flexibility, being able to withdraw the money, anything. I mean, you can sell treasuries. It's the deepest, most liquid market in the world. At least that's what Yellen keeps saying. The 52.15 end of day. Oh, I mean, it's possible. It should be taken into consideration. You haven't seen my pussy then. Nice. VIXWell at 15, SEX hitting 52.15 sounds cool. You have to fight against people pricing up event vol for bank earnings. It's tough. You're not going to lose any value on 3 and 6 month T bills. Not really. Inflation expectations in the short term would have to swing pretty dramatically. Jimmy's MOASing, FYI. Back to $11 is not MOAS. Pre-market. Lots of stability. Boring. The consolidation here is kind of crazy. Volume's just disappearing from everything. You called? I didn't think I did. Did I? Argentina bought the GME dip. What stupid spread can I build off this to make the day more entertaining? Let me think. $52.05, $52.10, $5.10, $8.67, $6.71. Mm. Ew.
40 minutes left. Screen's off. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's like something to do with the last update. All four are ukuleles. Jimmy doesn't show up on the left side of your screen organized by price change, then it's not MOASsing. I mean, I organize them by like market cap or price. I guess I can sort by price change. Hmm. Hmm. I would like to sell that for more. So sell puts. If we break out above the 52.10, that's gonna sell off. That's kind of where we're sitting now. Hmm. 52.15. Nobody should have the power to just lock VIX to 15. It's ridiculous. Worst power hour 2024 by a long shot.
Can we sell off now? We may get some out of the money calls taking profit if we pump here a little. I don't know how far we'd sell off though. We're still below gamma neutral. I don't think we're going under 5,200. I think that's kind of like a foregone conclusion at this point. Nice, Scott Baio's Italian hug. Wants this to close at 4,100. No. They're down around 75, 80. But it's too far. We're not gonna. The hedge isn't. None of the hedging is gonna push us there. They just want 5204.99 end of day. Are my 5080 P's safe? I assume they are. Okay, so VIX under 15. That's like a big win. Okay, so some of the 5210 sold off on the test. We're gonna retest or drop more. Oh, maybe we drop a little bit more. We're pretty sure we got a new all-time high before the Fed meeting. Maybe. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around how Google is worth, or Nvidia is worth more than Google or Amazon. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of a nice failure. No way. We're gonna lose 5,200? That seems ridiculous. Oh, you bitch. Mm. Nice. Oof. Right, I legged out of the sold one, sold the put. Let's hope I don't regret that. Do it. Make 5,200 disappear. Fuck you. 5,205 or 10 for the close. I need this to pump in the next 6 minutes. $51.65 was only possible 2 hours ago. It's not gonna happen now. Will T go to 16? Maybe. If they cut their dividend, they'll go to 8. These fucking cock gobblers better not close this shit at 5,200. What's a worse insult? Cock gobbler or knob goblin? One of them doesn't even have any swear words in it. GME almost up almost 5%. No one cares at all. Would anyone really want to be a goblin, right? Especially a knob goblin. Not true. I care about GME. Shut up. No one asked you. What about Peen Porker? Yeah, that's terrible. You could do better. Son of a bitch. Look at him go. Do Bears win if VIX is above 15 today? Motherfucker. Last candle. Sons of bitches. I hate this market. I'm just pissed because now I didn't make any money off of my butterfly. Well, ass backwards butterfly, but still. Bears win if SPX below 5,200. Yeah. How dare you call me Gern? Well, what a fun day of spending 2 hours trading in a $5 price range. I will say that I did predict this close. Anyway, looks like ES is dumping off a little bit harder in after hours. That might drop some more overnight, because well, we'll see if it loses the 52.33 level. But if it does, it could fall more. Commodities down today. Dollar up, not as high as it was earlier, but 105.26. Yields pushing up into the end of the day. 10-year at 4.57. Kind of high. Definitely not as high for the day. I think it just breached 4.6 earlier today. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month turned around at the pump a little bit, but overall dispersion is still on a trend of breaking down. We got the carry trade leaned into pretty hard today. If anybody wanted to know where the leverage came from to pump it, there's your answer. We got bond volatility still moving up quite a bit. Skews not printed yet. Neither's S5. This is kind of interesting. Even this picked up quite a bit earlier while vol was being shorted. It was at negative 23%. Now negative 21. Which could indicate that the vol short's slipping to some degree. Let's look. We're almost at the end of this week, right? So this candle's almost closed. These are some pretty big moves in vol control, especially today. Pricing in 0.355 rate cuts, so nothing's really changed on that front. RSP came in and backed a lot of the earlier move, but then fell off into the end of the day. It seems to be where the sell-off was in breadth, with the vast majority of price improvement today coming from tech. Tech sector just fucking ripped. Apple, Nvidia, AVGO, Google, Microsoft, Meta, half to 4% up. Amazon picked up 1.67. Interestingly, financials were falling off pretty hard along with health technology. The rest of retail did not do well, mostly just Costco and Amazon. Consumer durables are still falling. I think energy had kind of a shitty day. Yeah, not so great. Pretty flat, I guess. Tesla up 1.65%. UNH down. I think Dow still ended up closing the day red. Russell and ES pulled up 67 points. NQ almost triple that at 160 BPS. Gold continued to move up, and I believe broke a new all-time high, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, doesn't look like anything's gonna stop that anytime soon. Plenty of room to go to wherever it's gonna end up. And VIX 3-month actually didn't come down that much. VIX 3-month. So most of the vol shortings, at least in the near term, they're not shorting the convexity further out. So that may be saying something. It may not be. I'm not really sure how important that is. Anyway, that's about it for the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for bank earnings and 0 DTE day. No problem, man. All right, later, guys. I hope everyone has a good night. See ya.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.